Can you hear me now? Thank you for pointing it out, Cheryl. Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrink your skull, so shock your soul. Sing it through tonight. You'll shake and shimmer and surprise and hear these zombies shriek. Anyway, as I was previously saying, welcome back. Today we will be playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, which is a remake of the original Stanley Parable game. I have personally never played the Stanley Parable before, but I've seen a few of the routes. If there is game audio, we can't hear it either. Bruh! Can it not be a butt? Hello? Can you hear it now? Ah! Stream errors. Bruh. Audio, can you not cause me difficulties right now? I need a confirmation of audio can be heard. Cause like, bruh. Okay. Okay. Cause right now at the moment it's just like, yeah, right now it's just like weird random office noises. So, yes. It's a little low. Okay, I'll turn it up. Give me a second. Audio. Just don't want it being too loud. Okay. We're gonna start the game and see how this goes. Apologies for technical difficulties. Blah! Every time I stream with my Switch, it messes up stuff. So, blah! Anyway, you are playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I know a little bit about this game. I've seen the old version on YouTube back in the past, so this should be interesting. First time experience. Let's go. The end is never the end. The end is never the end. The end is never the end.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-wrecking, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in.
When did I get an office job?
Exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Was he though?
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
Oh.
Something he would never quite forget.
Oh.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
Oh dear.
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
Yes.
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth?
Yes.
No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants
5,
recognition.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble
Bruh.
cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Button mashing, let's go!
No, I'm still not feeling
Bruh!
that. I want this achievement to have meant something. It
Give
has
me
to be
my
a
achievement!
true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417. Okay, where's door 417? Where is 417? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Ooh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437. Where the heck is 437? Is it back this way? 28. 437. 1, 2.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415. 415. 415. 415. Where is door 415? One here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Now, back to door number 437.
Yeah, let's go! Watch this all be a giant troll.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Copy machine?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Woo! Let's do it!
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
419's desk. Where is it? Is it back this way? Play 419. 419? 419? Hello, employee 419. Where is your desk? Ah! Ah! Let me up! Let me up! Let me up!
Yes!
Woo!
This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416, let's go!
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Woohoo! Whatever you say, narrator. Let's go, let's go, let's go! Speed run! Do-do-do!
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5!
Yes!
Woo!
We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back.
Yay!
I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just
Woo!
think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now?
Yeah.
What were you thinking?
I don't know. Woo! That was fun. Alright, let's proceed with the story.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, sure.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Huh.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
431, gym. Room closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Nah.
There was nothing here.
Nah.
No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
Yep.
No reason to still be here.
Nah. I like the broom closet. I'm Bonnie from Five Nights at Freddy's, don't you know?
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yes.
Standing around doing nothing? Why?
Because I want to be
Please offer me some
Bonnie.
explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I want to be Bonnie from Five Nights at Freddy's. He hides in the broom closet. Isn't it obvious?
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right?
Yes.
If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
It's
I never
special.
would have thought to mention it.
It's special to me.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite."
Uh-huh.
I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He
Rude.
probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
Wow,
That or with
rude.
drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Drugs and hookers, huh? Weird. I certainly don't like those
Well,
things.
I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. Fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
No. I don't wanna. I like the broom closet. Rip Phantom dead at the computer in the void. Give me broom closet ending. I want it. I worked for it. Bruh. Darn it. Aww.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee, coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I'm just curious. No? Okay. Executive bathroom. I have no reflection! Ah! Because the boss knows. That's what the boss said. What the boss says go. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Not choose. Goodness. Really? No flushing the toilet achievement? That's lame.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
2845.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck.
Amazing.
He
Next time,
stepped
do
into
the
the
broom
newly
closet,
opened
but go back
passageway.
inside it. Okay, I'll do that next time. Piss off the narrator even more. Creepy elevator! Let's go! Woohoo!
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest.
Go back
as though he
inside,
felt
go
more
back.
free to think for himself, to
Whoops,
question the
I
nature
missed
of
those
his
messages.
job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yes, I saw the escape one, but we'll do that later.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Let's go.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each
Hey,
bore the number of an
427
employee
is
in
us.
the building. Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them.
It's okay, not gonna
eternally
backseat
in this
game.
place
No,
where
sure, you're
freedom
fine.
meant
I
nothing.
didn't realize I should go back in there. So I will definitely go back in there. No worries.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
The
Was
gas.
this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept
Employer
it. His
pirate.
own life in someone else's control? Never. It was
Who
unthinkable.
is in
Wasn't it?
control?
Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Loud.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
Ooh,
No longer would anyone tell him where to go,
pretty.
what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps The only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
I'm waiting for it.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin.
Pretty.
The feeling of liberation. The immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Stanley was happy until we get put back in the time loop. Uh-huh. See, back at the beginning.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I wish I could escape my office this way with a giant trapdoor.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Back to the broom closet. Let's go.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley... Oh, no. Oh, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Let Stanley have PTO. Pay time off. Yes. I like the broom closet. Nothing to say, narrator? Nothing at all? Damn. Alrighty.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Nah. Settings. Controls. Crouch. Left control. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Hi, Lonnie. I wrote this in first period and left it in your locker on the way to second. It's what all the cool kids are doing. I've decided something me back. A kid here's an idea for something to draw 2 cats on a motorcycle. Hey, this is a great idea. What all the cool kids something actually doing is the something each other pages are their keepers, but we're cooler than them because something da da da, and then 2 cats on a motorcycle. Also, I just got your message. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Phew. Okay. Anyway, let's get this ending over with because I don't like it and it kind of freaks me out.
He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
I don't have
Why
feet!
did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for
Uh-oh.
that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
Ah!
Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming! He
This
yelled.
is all
This
a
is all a
dream!
dream! Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally
Oh,
found an
dear.
answer, an explanation.
Oh
His
dear.
co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all.
Oh
He
dear.
thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then
Oh.
he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be?
Let
Was
me
Stanley
out!
simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over.
Uh-oh.
Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Ah, shit. Panic! Panic!
Stanley began screaming.
Ah!
Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, can someone tell me I'm real? I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Mariella?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself.
Oh my.
Then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment,
Who am
she
I?
thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, And in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life.
Oh my.
She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Man. Alrighty then. That was that ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
They still exist! Whee!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
It
Why
looks
don't
like
we take a
the
minute
knoll.
just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
No.
Ah, then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Do 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 do. This is basically the opposite of the void. This is the null. Okay. Begin the game again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
No, let me go back in. Let me go back in. Woohoo! I did it. Again.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
Yes.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
Yep.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Okay. The music's a vibe.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered
so manly.
But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton.
Button!
Did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
Woo! Nice guitar playing. Okay. Begin the game again. There we go. Alright, let's proceed.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Huh? New content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Adventure chat.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Ooh.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Content!
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
2, 3, 4, 5. And you can't jump outside of it. Well, that's stupid.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else,
Stanley
right?
Parable narrator, and this is not a game narrator. Stanley Parable narrator, and this is not a game narrator should be friends. True. Very true. Also, it's technically there is no game. still.
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yeah. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Not to void.
That's it? Oh, you must be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." The quality assurance department signed off on this. I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about? No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Okay, restart it for me. What? What?
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent.
Hold
I
on.
want to show you something.
And I
Oh.
wanted...
You don't want to see the cool
No,
surprise
no,
I made for you?
no,
Well,
no,
fine.
no.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dog.
I'll go look. Jesus! Geronimo!
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Ooh.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the wait.
British Academy of Film and Television Arts to Stanley Parable. That's The Last of Us. $1.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like the stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk.
Can you hurry up?
With an hour of new elevator content. Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
No, I want to get into the serious room. Let me in. Bruh. Lame, it doesn't let you in.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Uh-oh.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Unfunny.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
Unfunny.
I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always... What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
Cookie 9.
A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my... Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
Damn.
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness.
There's no door to escape.
Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever...
Uh-oh. Oh, that's annoying. Let me out! Let me skip!
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives.
He's so mad!
It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves.
Oh,
we
snap.
would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And
That sounds like The Void.
So because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear
I know
me
I'm supposed
down.
to skip,
What a
but
sad
like,
state
this
of
is
affairs.
hilarious.
When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves, they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me.
Heck yeah.
Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amused them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes?
Oh, now it's repeating. Nope. It's like if it was more silliness, then yes, but that was just flat out gonna repeat.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the
Uh-oh. That's water. Water is getting in here. Oh. Um. Oh, sunlight. Why didn't you leave me a door? I can't get out. Let me out. Ooh, pretty. I still can't get out though. Where did the pretty go? What's that noise? I don't like that. Nope. What the fuck is that? Oh. I don't like it. Nope, nope, nope. Freedom! Free. Oh. Oh my god. Okay then. What explosion happened while I was away? Alrighty then. That was one ending, that's for sure.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Huh? New content.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you. You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Stanley Parable 2, eh?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely
Testing 2
new
printers
experience,
at the same
built from
time.
the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Uh-huh.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
Taste the sequel.
Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the
Eyes,
features
ears,
I've been
nostrils,
developing
arms,
for it.
leg.
I figure that if I
Scrum,
can loosely
design
organize
pitch,
a handful
break,
of interesting
pitch
concepts,
design,
that
number
surely the
2,
game will sort of
chat.
naturally spring up
Who
around
took
them.
the red marker?
It'll all work itself
Me.
out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
A bus? Okay.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise,
Fine.
it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first.
Fine.
Now, allow yourself to become Jim.
Uh-huh.
Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim, rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim, and finally dying a slow death at an old age, surrounded by members of your cult as Jim. Do you feel it in your soul? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please...
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there,
Jim.
cowboy.
Jim.
Sometimes a person
Jim.
can be too
Jim.
much Jim.
Jim. Jim.
I'm putting
Jim.
the Jim button.
Jim.
No!
Otherwise, soon
Jim.
you'll start to
Jim.
lose all sense of who you
Jim.
actually are.
Sedge. You took my gym button away. Rude. I want to be Jim from the Markiplier's YouTube series.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. That would actually... An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the... well, we'll figure that out later.
Considering that the game goes on forever, yeah. Settings World Champion. Huh.
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
There we go. Merch. I saw the new content. Wait, does the QR code actually work? Hold on, I need to try something. Open in Chrome. Oh my god, it leads to the StanleyParable2.com. Oh my god, that's hilarious. It actually leads to StanleyParable2.com. I love that. Give me my bucket, I want the
A
bucket.
common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
Bucket!
You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal.
Bucket, 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 bucket.
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
Give me the bucket!
Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
Bucket, bucket, bucket.
Give it a try.
My bucket! Creepy.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body.
Bucket.
And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Board members, please
The
note
benefits
that
of
you
the
must
bucket seem to go
use
on
the
and
following
on,
terms
don't
as
they?
often as possible.
All this and more
Synergy.
await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Synergy. No one but us actually knows what this means. It adds to our prestige. Incentivize. This refers to the metaphorical whip, which provides the incentive. Unpack refers to looking for the meaning in a big pile of rubbish. Ping. Send a message. Childlike onomatopoeia, which probably makes us sound cute. Deep dive. Discuss in depth. Making a tedious meeting sound like more of an undersea adventure. Good for motivation. Reach out. We do not call. We do not email. We reach out. No one can complain if we are simply reaching out. Like a friend. Like a lover. Okay then. Come on, Bucket. Let's go.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video? Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, Step Niece, it is.
Yeah, I had a feeling he was gonna contradict, so that's why I clicked get well someday. Now the office will actually have color in it.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
I hate that you can only jump, like, there. Free achievement. Get yours right now. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps, it just works. Uh-huh.
Now, here's something
I'm
special.
calling bullshit.
You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yeah, okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel. To at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Oh, come on. That's dumb. There's no way I could rig this. No. Lame. Give me my achievement! Rude. Stupid, worthless achievement.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet? Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines.
Oh,
And
what
what's
the fuck?
truly innovative
That's
is that there will be
creepy.
no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You
What
simply collect all of
the
them, and then
hell?
you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
That was creepy. I don't like that.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Infinite hole. It won't end. Ah, call bullshit. Oh, that's this area. Let's go down into the void, into
Stanley,
the
here's an idea that
infinite
I'm
hole.
truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a
Come on,
hole
bucket
that
adventure.
You can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite
Adventure!
You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue
Nah.
onward.
No thanks.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Nah.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity.
Oh, hello,
From one
bottom.
perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Ha ha!
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley.
Meeting
I'm
at
a liar and
2
a cheat, and
p.m.
You're so clever.
Sincerely,
Look, I
management.
think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by
So many
falling.
cigarettes.
What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
Every
I
pause
figured the hole
button
was as
is
deep
a
as
Roman
anyone would
numeral
actually
2.
need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Just the two of us.
Look,
We can
things
make
got a
it
little
if we
heated there. I
try.
think we
Just
both
the
said
two
some
of
things
us.
we didn't mean.
Just the
Why
two
don't
of
we
us.
just put all this
Just
behind
the two
us
of
and
us.
agree to just
Building
call the
castles
whole
in the sky.
mostly
Just the two of
infinite?
us.
If that
You
works for
and
you,
I.
then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Okay.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Nah.
Oh, for heaven's I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
I'm gonna do it again.
Had enough?
Woo!
I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing that... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any
yeah!
shorter.
I like you what
Well,
you
there it
think.
is. The shame of my life. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Woohoo!
Is the, teleport button not working?
It isn't.
You sure?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was
Let me
working just
out!
a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone.
Rude.
You get to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Bruh. That's so lame! No! Curiosity killed the cat! Why is there scary music? Oh, why is there scary music? Why is there scary music? Oh! Secret? Did I find a secret? Did I find a secret? Did I find a secret? Secret! Secret! Yay! Bucket, we found a secret! Woo! Woo! Oh, I don't like that. Woo! Woo! Ah! Woo! I still don't like that perspective. reality? Oh! Change yourself. This is so weird! What the hell? Puppies!
Stanley! Oh,
What?
good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there.
No!
Drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley. Because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second.
I was
I
having
don't
fun!
want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
Bitch!
From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole. And I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Bitch! I was having fun! Oh? Yes, back in we go. Back in we go. No! Rude. Rude.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
That's weird. Alrighty. Well, I've looked at everything. So, to the exit. Come on, Bucket, let's go.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yep.
Ready to move on now?
Yep.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. So, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Okay.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Oh.
Who am I kidding, Stanley?
It's even
This
messier than
isn't
the
a
last
coherent
one.
video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, this is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up.
Okay.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh. Begin, I guess.
This is the...
No.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
We got the bucket. We got the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Too bad.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. The bucket turned out to be correct. Was
Nah.
no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nah.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Wait. Collectible.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these. Only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Alley-oop?
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms.
Oh my
How
god.
deeply touching.
I mainly just wanted to get the figure, and now I'm gonna go back.
All
Go
of his
back the wrong
co-workers were
way.
gone. What could it
Whee!
mean?
Hold on.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Nope.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This
No.
was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I choose my own path.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
I'm just ignoring
Stanley
you,
took the
narrator.
door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I'm just seeing if there's some way in here. Huh. Wonder if there's a place I could find a key card. What? That just made myself dizzy for a second there.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
Let me in!
What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is
Let me
dependent
in!
on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
No! Oh my god.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios,
Ah!
and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket,
What?
not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
What?
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct.
What?
This is a bucket.
Bruh. I'm trying to fail, and he's not letting me fail.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes, this is totally a bucket. Can I have it? Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor.
I
It's
want
an
it!
enormous machine that tills the earth.
Give it to
Except this is a
me!
gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to
No,
the next one.
I like it. Ah!
Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct.
What?
This is a bucket.
How? What? Huh? Huh? Huh?
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick
Bruh.
question. Both. Gotcha.
Rude.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Oh no.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry.
No!
But I'm going to erase all
No!
buckets from the game entirely.
My bucket!
Okay, here we go.
My bucket! No! He took
What happened?
away.
Is everything gone? Why
Huh?
did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
Give me back my
This is
bucket!
wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on this issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets. Okay? And
Yay!
we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right,
Bucket!
here we go.
Bucket! What? Huh? Huh? Huh?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The
Bucket.
confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the
Okay.
bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly.
Shut
to his
up, I'm
chest.
going
This was
back
not the
there.
direct way to the meeting room, but Stanley
I'm
had
gonna
felt the
try to
bucket
get to the
calling him,
bucket area
telling him
again.
that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be
Shush.
correct? Was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo
We're going
lift.
here
Good.
again.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Shush. You cannot prohibit me from going in the room.
No, stop.
No!
Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past
Let
this-"
me in!
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire
Rude.
consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what
Let me in!
isn't a bucket. Please, step in here.
Fine.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
I'm gonna try to get all these correct. Okay, I believe this one's an actual bucket.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Okay. This one isn't a bucket.
Is this a bucket?
No. But for some
Correct.
reason the next
This
one
is a
is.
tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gift, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket?
Apparently it is.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Fucking weird.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Uh. Hold on. Do. Oh shoot. Yes or no? Yes or no? Oh shoot. I don't know. I never got to this far. I don't know. Uh, 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 I'm gonna say, yes!
Trick question. Both.
It was this
Gotcha.
one, okay. What do you mean yes and no, it's a bucket?
Item. Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Okay. No.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
No.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with.
Who is you?
I'm afraid the bucket is threatening
Who
to
are
tear our
you?
relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
Bruh, I literally
Okay,
did your shit
here we go.
correct. Bruh.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
We're not
Yes,
buckets!
I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
So let's pick up the bucket at the 2 doors. Pick the one on the right. Go to the warehouse. Get on the cargo lift. Jump off it. Raise platform. Walk through the door on the right. Continue forward. No buckets past this point. The narrator is confused. Is this the bucket? No, this is not a bucket. I will go in a second. 1 second. Either it's both. Here's the button so both. Stanley did that, and everything is a bucket. With the snap of his fingers, everything goes away without the bucket. Stanley is not holding the bucket. Access to this ending locked, and it then leads the player to the Zending art ending or the game's ending. This is the only ending that does so. As the others available, with the bucket in hand, simply change with its presence. Okay. Alrighty. This one.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Bucket.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Talking about listening for his wife. The bucket instructs him to go to.
Stanley cast the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was there... Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Alright, this time we'll ride it all the way.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I'll have to see if that's a secret.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Alrighty, in here.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Unplugging the phone here will reveal that the narrator was the one making the bucket talk. That was just shocking thing. He doesn't should be a thing. Nah.
Oh, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley.
Jokes go over my head.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery. of the action. Seriously, where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing?
Oh my god.
What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
Oh my god.
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper.
Oh my god.
If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh.
My head hurts.
And then, spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor.
What?
Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds
What
and
the
no less
fuck?
than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny."
What?
Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include
my
the
God.
same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing
Oh,
at
I
some
hate
point,
that.
you gut-busting little scamp. After all, with each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invaders who threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their
Joe!
children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
What?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now.
This is so
Well, I
weird.
wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Okay. Bucket, do you think narrator's crazy? I think he's crazy.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Sure.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I
Your
can make
joke
the
is
comedic
stupid.
timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Okay.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke won't even land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar.
Bruh.
No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, No, the orders were still missing. For now.
This game's so silly, I love it.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Okay, let's see.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh. It's kind of scary. Alright, so let's see. Inside the sequel exhibit, a large room with lots of boxes. Stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. Nearby a fireplace. A private but smelly place for an important person. Okay, I think I know where 2 of these are.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket.
My
This is
bucket!
your companion and
My
lifelong
friend!
You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never.
You
Go
good?
on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
Yeah!
Expand
Go
on the
screw
wide
yourself,
variety of
broom
experiences
closet!
you
Me
and
and
the bucket
Bucket
have
are
shared
best
together.
friends
Go through each
forever!
of them point by point.
Woo!
Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Ah, this is funny. Alright, come on.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay, we are. I just want
Another
to grab
miniature
that.
Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Okay, anyway, go back up. Place that's private but smelly. Obviously here.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to
2,
discover not an
8,
indication of
4,
any human
5.
life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
You're getting close now, Stanley.
One more
You've nearly
figure!
gotten all of the Figler Anlarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all.
Woo!
You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anlarines. None of us can.
Alrighty. Aw, you can't hit the up button, that's lame.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Somewhere red and blue nearby a fireplace. Hold on. Both of these figures can be found by choosing the right door at the start. Lots however, they cannot be collected in the same ending paths. The cargo room. Fourth figurine is found after the player walks off the moving cargo lift and onto the catwalk below. Following the path, the narrator mentions will eventually bring Stanley to a set of colored doors tinted with, oh, that's where the one figure is. Alright, figure 3 is there. Bathroom was one of them. And figurine 5 requires going to Boston, lock the secret passageway. I got that one. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, I know where to get that one figure then. Okay, cool. For now, let's focus on ending. That's weird.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Dun dun dun.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
It's a bucket. It can't think.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Only trust bucket. Only trust the bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
We're not gonna hit off this
For
time.
he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good.
Nah.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
Uh-oh.
Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
We gasp.
How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds,
Aww.
silly,
silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Bird? Birds! This is the best thing ever!
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Aww.
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the
This is so
bucket known
cool.
all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, living through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
I like it. Yes, yes, I like it. Bird.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Okay, so I want to get this one with the bucket. Yes, I'm doing as many of the bucket endings as I can. Fight me. Pick the one on the right, continue.
The
Bucket,
good
let's
old
go.
Bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly
To the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting
There's a
room.
door on the left.
But Stanley had felt the
designated.
bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Proceed to the elevator on left. Where are we going?
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this
Oh.
place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
Is this an
It's this
intervention?
bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure
No.
Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes,
No.
yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
No. Alright.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Oh my goodness. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da.
Now this is
What?
what the Stanley Parable
You didn't
is
even
all
play
about.
the full
Don't
track,
you remember
man.
all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
My bucket!
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
No!
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new
No!
character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No! No!
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No! I don't
Can
want
you
to
guess
destroy
what the bucket
it.
destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
No.
Go ahead now, Stanley.
No!
Say goodbye to the bucket.
Fuck
and then pop it into the
you!
machine when you're ready.
I'm not destroying the bucket! I am
Now
not.
listen to me.
No!
It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is
No.
its singular personality trait.
No!
Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley
No.
Parable characters?
No.
Well, you see, if you were to really explore the bucket destroyer, you would see that
No.
its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of bucket destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this.
I can't throw it in.
Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable gag.
Hell
Just
no.
like the adventure line or the bucket destroyer.
Stop her!
That damn bucket. Quickly now. The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Ouch. Well, we're dead. What the fuck?
The bucket destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Oh my god. What the fuck? That was funny.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled.
Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Yes. Including into the knoll.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator.
Yes.
At last, out here in the white void, we are alone.
Woohoo!
Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the
Oh my
actions it might have
God.
taken to curb the madness and the decay.
Oh
if
my
only
God.
it had been stronger. Of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his
What?
machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket!
What the fuck?
This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Huh? Huh?
My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket.
No!
Thank God you already had all 12
Bucket!
emblems of sages and knew the
Not the
incantations for summoning children.
bucket!
Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power.
Ah,
You've
Bucket!
demonstrated such bravery here today.
Bucket!
Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Bucket, no!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. A good bucket. A strong bucket. A humble
Bucket, I'll
bucket,
never
a
do that to
committed
you
bucket,
again.
A bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This
No.
was not the correct way to
Shut.
the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to him. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
So I
Stanley
was
took the door
correct.
on
There
his
is a
left
vent
to go
in
back
this
to the
area.
meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Vent! Secret vent! Secret vent! Secret vent! Oh my. That's a lot of cassette tapes.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense.
Damn.
There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there?
Uh-oh. 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 Jesus! Well then. Hold on. Hey. See these two doors, pick the one on the left.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Well, I need to not have the bucket this time in order to reach the red and blue doors.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Shut.
And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot.
Whee!
Really? In the middle of something, do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on... And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Give me a sec. 5th annual subcommittee meeting, internal revenue, blah. And that text is way too tiny, I can't read it.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You gave me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what.
Narrator's
let me take
angry.
a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Oh my god. And then I'm in last place. Okay.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play
Hell
to
no.
make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your
Bye,
experience.
baby. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Burn!
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha!
Oh,
Fascinating.
hydrate.
What
Yes,
do you
I
think
see
this
that.
game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
Hydrate
But it
complete.
seems obvious to me
Yes,
that
I
you are
just
meant
did
to
it.
play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your
Who
creep
fire
tower,
watches the
perhaps
fire
for some sort of
watch?
twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Oof, this section's kind of laggy. Why?
Oh no. No, it can't be.
You're saying no. Does that mean go back up? I can't close the door, sir. Yeah, that's lame. Wow, this section is so laggy. Hurry up and get me out of this section! Wow! Yes, it's an open world game. Hurry up and get me out of this section.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Bruh!
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now,
Probably.
Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here then. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is
Is this
exactly what I
fucking
had in
Rocket
mind.
League?
Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now
This is
this
fucking Rocket
is
League.
game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Ball. Okay.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one
Scuffed
ball
Rocket
generates a
League!
certain amount of
Woo!
raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for
Oh
an
my
even
God,
more
please.
euphoric
Just go in
sports
the
experience.
goal!
I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Oh my God,
Yes.
please, please,
Oh goodness, that really does feel
please.
amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
No! Oh, sweet God. Ah, lag. Ah,
Are
lag.
you enjoying this?
Lag!
Are you having fun? Is
Get
this
me
a
out
real
of
video
here!
game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best.
Game.
Take care, Stanley.
Jump through the elevator shafts of one of the goals. Okay, fine. I'll go in the elevator shaft of the goal. Whee!
Hold on. What are you doing?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Alright, so let's see. To remain at the original office, walking forward will send you down another hole into the office from the original Half-Life 2 mod. Okay. I'm just trying to find my office. Ooh. My old office. Hey, if you walk to your office, you can be found for looking to walk out of it. The screens turn to black and the narrator closes this ending with some thoughtful dialogue. Okay. Okay.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
hate when ads take up the majority of the screen of your phone.
Stanley,
Whoa.
I'm sorry, but I have to
Whoa.
put a pause on things.
Whoa.
It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your
I
entire
fucking
life?
hate this.
Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Okay. Quickly go through this area makes me lag a bit. This is new.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be
I
like
still
that again,
fucking hate
Stanley.
this.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
What?
Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
How you found it? Oh my god! What? Good job. Oh my god. Oh my god, Windows Movie Maker. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Oh my god. This is kind of creepy.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected.
Oh my god.
It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh. You are in the present. Oh.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
What? Bruh.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite
Oh my
direction.
God.
See how that feels.
What?
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
Oh no.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Please. No!
Yes, I love that video.
This room
Still
is
don't
not
remember the pink room,
accurate.
Stanley.
This
Still no
isn't
memory of
correct.
This one. Good room, though. A solid room.
This isn't correct. It's supposed to be the bathroom.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Ah, come on.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Bruh.
This
I
is it. The
hate
very
this.
first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this? Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Oh, yes, the two doors. I'd forgotten that. A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
No.
There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Where are we going, narrator?
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it.
Bruh.
Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
Oh?
I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply...
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Goes when she gets to the staircase, go off to the boss's office.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Various pops suspended on the platform to walk over the protective railing. Got it.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. Just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well.
How?
A sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis.
How?
But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really
What?
started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning.
Uh-oh.
It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back,
Cat.
doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on.
Oh my.
The two of them waited for a very long time. All of his co-workers were gone. What? The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yep.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Alright, we're gonna do the elevator ending with the bucket.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing. Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely... Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
No. I'm gonna keep clicking it.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing. Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears.
This is so
The whole
weird.
time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
You just don't understand, Bucket. 3 is cool.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be? said
I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart.
Yes, yes.
He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3
Yes, yes.
over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
What?
For months, he advertised and marketed his press
Oh my
conference,
God.
building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life. This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Your coworkers? Oh my god. Oh, I don't like how the wallpaper looks like eyes. That's creepy. Come on, Bucket, let's go.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that
How
consumed the
could
space
this
between
happen
friends.
to me? I've made my
Stanley, having
mistakes.
for once in
Got
his life
nowhere to
discovered the
run.
warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness. Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it.
What?
If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
What? 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 Game? Game, I don't like what you're hinting at, game.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Pick the one on the left. Once you guys go up spots, enter it slowly and quickly step back when they begin to close. Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's
What?
office, hoping he might find an answer there.
What the fuck?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping in.
Ha. Ha ha ha. When the doors to the boss's office close, goes silent, indicating that he may or may not be trapped inside the room, unable to progress. Stanley must backtrack through re-accessible office until he reaches his own door. Got it. Alright, let's go. Chat. did the broom closet do to you? Oh. You are now leaving. Escape pod bay, floor 760. And that's sealed. Stanley traverses, okay. It's so weird not hearing the narrator. I don't like it. Okay, we're getting closer. 59, 760, next floor. No! Really? Really? Huh. Alrighty then. Whiteboard ending. Friggin' ad, you're taking up my entire phone screen.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay. Just can't really do this one unless that room is open. So, nope. Okay, let's see. Sending. Sending us into the space ending is any that occurs when you decide taking both to the peaceful room. This ending into this the other way through the red door. Upon entering the door, Stanley walks forward and you will survive. The narrator leave and advise him go back to his ending. And leads the player to no buckets ending. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to see what ending I could potentially do next.
is anything that occurs when you play the baby game for 4 hours as the narrator recommends? Ugh. No. That sounds horrible. No, thank you. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Hold on 1 second, narrator. 1 second.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Oh no.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward
Yep.
and willingly confront his death.
Yup. Get this creepy ass ending over with.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous
my.
metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you
This
see
basically
now?
is a fun little
Do you see
museum.
that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
The gasp. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would be sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpret it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Pardon. Okay. Left to right is the evolution of Stanley's office over time. The first was created November 2011, the second March 2012, and February 2013. Huh. Interesting. It's very quiet. Office clock. Narration outtakes.
Now then, this elevator for sure will get him right back on track to where he was supposed to be in the Stanley pushed the number 6. Let's see. Stanley walked through the green door. Stanley pushed the big red button. When Stanley came to the lift, he traveled upward to the power source at the top of the facility to end this injustice forever. Where were all of his co-workers? Oh, I don't know. How about they're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing? Does that sound plausible to you? Still nothing? I don't know. Well, in that case, I'll tell you what. You win. Congratulations. You did it. I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. What do we do now? I don't... Stanley, where are you right now? See how it's impossible for the player to do anything. I'm trying to figure out, but I can't... Stanley, who am I? Can you speak to me? Please talk. Have we done this before? Have we been in this room before? How many times have we done this? How many times have I said these exact words? Say something. Anything. Help me, Stanley. I don't know who I... What I... You'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you. Then he pushed the number 8.
Okay. So now I'm gonna finish this up, and then there is an epilogue that you can actually reach by closing and reopening the game a lot of times. So we're gonna figure out how to get out of the museum here. Hello, museum exit.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No,
Close and reopen
perhaps
the
not.
entire game
Sometimes
multiple
these things
times,
cannot be seen.
prompting them to interact with several sliders and time
But listen
settings.
to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose.
Quit. Quit the desktop. Okay. We're gonna give this a shot. Alrighty. Lower this. Close that. Reopen Stanley Parable. Hold on. Okay, it's recording it. Please enter the current time. Right now, it is currently... Right now, it is currently 5:31. Or you could simply not restrict giving me the correct time again. After all, I know how much you enjoy saying the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious. How accurate is it? Accurate. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invest in some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip up a couple of new ones up. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. Okay. We'll do that then. Yes, I'm literally doing that. Developed by Crows. Written by Davey Ridden. Hello, I'm here for your new sliders. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Confirm. Please adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. There it is. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Which of the two made-up words below is the most appealing to you? Akuboinkle or scrumtush? Scrumtush, because it sounds funny to say. Please don't adjust the slider. Do you know what time it is right now? Is the time that it is right now the correct time? What time is it anyway? Give me a second. Hold on. I see your message, Cheryl. Give me a sec. Choose basil, tomato, basil, bread. Yes, I am putting in an order to the overworld. Shh, don't judge me. Okay, there we go. What time is it anyway? Yes. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Help? Yes? Will you come back? Yes. Oh! Mysterious voice in the void needs help. We're gonna continue. Ah! We gotta help the mysterious voice! Help the mysterious voice! Hello, are you trapped in the void too? Let me help you! What time is it? Does anyone really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game's settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There is no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time. But that's okay. Video games are meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? No, I don't. That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. When the main menu appears, an epilogue option. There it is! Epilogue! Epilogue! That will be considered another ending with a bonus achievement / trophy now activated. I don't care. Many, many years later. Ooh, pretty. Interesting. Oh. The memory shack. Oh, that's scary. Cookie Nine's blog. Review, The Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole. Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even the version feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines give you nothing. I must say though, I found a bucket to be quite comforting, a welcome reprieve from. Sorry, I haven't been blogging too much. SNRAF3. Protective host, Cookies Corner. We need to talk about sequels. Huh. Hello?
Jim. 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 Jim.
Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched a massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want. Reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that the players would be excited about. He's a phantom and a phantom. Hi Sukufu, welcome to stream. We just found after closing and opening the game a bunch of times, we found an epilogue for Stanley Parable. So now we're just taking a look at that. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want. Reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about. Yet it turns out this could not have been further from the truth. The press release goes on to promise preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Damn. Get on the green. Okay. More gym buttons! Yay! My name is.
Jim.
My name is.
Jim.
My name is.
Jim.
My name is.
Jim.
Not really, it's Phantom. It's just funny, the press.
Jim. 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 Jim.
Oh my god, how many of these did they make?
Jim. Stanley.
Stanley.
Jim. Jim. Stanley.
Huh. Okay. Oh. Okay. Whee! Ugh. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Also, I am very busy with coding and Moon Knight. Sorry if I don't respond. You're fine, Sukafu. Do not worry. There will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise. What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, together, we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also really need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Alright. Oh, okay, Saturday night. Stanley's tiny lawsuit. I like this. Stanley's tiny lawsuit. Stanley Parable 3, Stanley's tiny lawsuit. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1. Then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Don't do it. I understand. Sometimes we're not ready to move on. That's fine. If you ever change your mind and want to start inventing new sequels, come talk to me. I'll be right here. Bruh. Aw, man. Hold on. Let me go through the epilogue again, I guess. Gosh darn it, I'm gonna have to go through all those scenes again. Ah! Go, go, go. back. Now we just gotta get back to the laptop. Well, computer. Because let's be real, that's a box computer. Nope. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Alright. Talk to you again. Let's do it. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. It is currently 5. It is currently 5:52. Please adjust the slider. That's fine. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Stanley's tiny lawsuit. What the hell?
This is the story of a man named Stan.
Skip. Alright, let's go here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content door, let's go! We're gonna get our busted achievement! Woo!
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
I just wanted to make sure I was getting achievements really fast because I had a moment where it was busted.
Isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up.
Why there are so many
I
possibilities. It could
am
go in
getting
so many
achievements though, so
different
we're not getting
directions.
any issues.
This
So
is what
ye-
fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is
Show
going
floor,
to be. But let's take a
woo!
look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all... Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Literally, the achievement feature is the only one I want to try.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be... As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait. What in the holy hell is going on? You've got... Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched?
Thank you,
Oh,
mysterious voice.
Composure? Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
He's so distraught. He's just like, what? He's just like, what? Yep, I got it. Test achievement achieved. Thank God. Alrighty. Well, I did the main thing I needed to do here.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Nah, we could leave. Nah, we could just leave.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stan... All right, have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yep.
Ready to move on now?
Yep. Seen everything I wanted.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single...
Begin the game again. Oh my God.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let me back in! Bruh. Rude.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nah.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Hee hee hee. Okay. First monitor that begins heading past the police. Monitor can be found outside the boss's office. Okay, wait. Okay. I'm trying to get a specific ending, but I have to click a specific monitor
All of
order
his co-workers
apparently.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to
Okay.
go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
This is found in the second open plan office after Stanley leaves his office. Once the keyboard has been activated with a beep, sound can be heard with the text changing to input receipt. This occurs for all 5 monitors. New Stanley playable. The next monitor can be found. Oh, okay. Input received. Next monitor can be found outside the boss's office, but it cannot be activated in the same 3 playthrough. Okay, so another reset. Alright, so head towards the boss's
All of his
office and
co-workers were
reset.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley
Go to
came
the
to a set
boss,
of 2
go
open
to the
doors,
boss,
he
go
entered the
to the
door on
boss,
his left.
go to the boss.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase,
Go to
Stanley
the
walked
boss,
upstairs
go
to
to
his
the
boss's
boss.
office.
Go to the boss's computer. Click. Begin again. The 4th monitor is close to the start once again.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were
3:34.
turned? He
Interact.
made a note
Only
to be
one
more
more
careful
input
with time from now on.
seen immediately on a fresh new playthrough. There we go. Heaven ending achieved. Welcome, Stanley, to heaven. This is weird.
Stanley came to a...
In the game again. Begin the game again. Give me the different looking room. What the hell?
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Heh. Straight out of Stanley's office, right straight ahead and left. The layout will be noticeably different. Or external office of blue decor, not be brightly lit. There's gonna be whiteboard ending interaction.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Bruh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Whiteboard ending!
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Bork, bork, bork.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Shut up.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Let me through!
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Alright, this is the last ending we're gonna do, and then we're probably gonna call it.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Yes, Stanley, I agree. Bork, bork, bork.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
Yes.
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge, it's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first. So Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the
I'm
joke.
dead.
And believe
I'm
me,
dead.
I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life
Ah!
until the moment I say happily ever after.
I'm dead. Damn. Rip Stanley. And well, I think that's it. Alrighty. Well then. That was certainly an interesting stream. Alrighty. Well, what the heck is going on with my VTuber on this screen? What? Hello? Alright, give me a minute. Sorry, give me a second. What the heck? Okay. Well then, that was weird. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. That was quite the stream today. Stanley Parable has many, many endings, and I just can't play them all. Oh my god, I would be here all day if that was the case. So, thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate you all coming by and watching me struggle with the Stanley Parable, but also have adventures with buckets. So, yes. Anyway, let's go ahead and see who's streaming that we could potentially raid. Yes? Alright, let's go ahead and look. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Gonna kill up Cuphead. We're gonna make him die. Kill up Cuphead. Let's just say goodbye. Till next time, Phantom. Yes, definitely. Thank you for watching, Sukabu. I appreciate it. I guess apparently some people got Poppy playtime next chapter early. I don't know. That's what it looks like. Let's see. Let's... Sorry, I'm just trying to decide who to raid. It's taking a bit. This person's playing on Hypixel. Sure. Why? What the heck? Let's go raid them. Alrighty. We are gonna go ahead and raid Super Squirrel 18. They are currently playing some Hypixel on Minecraft and looks like they're having a lot of fun. Seems they are like a Espen VTuber of some kind. So, it's definitely very, very interesting. So, yes. Alrighty. Well, thank you all so much once more for watching. Till next time, Overworld, this is Phantom Hunter signing out. I should be back on Saturday. If something pops up, though, I will let you guys know. But anyway, till next time, goodbye, Overworld!